Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
How's everybody doing today? You guys getting geared up for Christmas?
Yeah,
Good morning.
we're I think next week is when we start. Everyone's off work and just relaxing. So
Yeah.
be nice.
Hey, good morning, Nee. Appreciate you tuning in, man. I've got folks on YouTube as well. Still shopping? Huh. Yeah, me too. Me too. So looks like the buyers have been active in the overnight session, and we are now above yesterday's VWAP. There's a couple nice bounces from that. Looks like in the overnight, and we're above the rolling weekly, which is for me personally starting to have a little more weight now that we're, kind of midweek. So it's, if price is above that, it's showing us that there's definitely some interest. Um, and we're currently above the VWAP, although it looks like we've got a good rejection off of the quarterly VWAP. So it will be interesting to see what happens. And I think the delta has been pretty much positive. I haven't really looked closely at the session chart, but what's this is where I really like having these VWAPs, because if we get above this quarterly VWAP, right, it does something like this, I feel very confident that it will likely retest much higher. Now, if it bounces, or if it starts to break down, especially if we get below the weekly VWAP, then which is proven to be somewhat of an area of resistance. But if it starts to go the other direction and starts to really break down from this, then you guys know that we're gonna see at least that low. So that's kind of what I'm looking at this morning is to see where is our delta at? Where is it at in the overnight session? Where do we open up at in relation to that overnight session? What is the RTH telling us? Does it want to go up? Does it want to go down? And then if it pops through that quarterly VWAP, and it starts to really go up, then I think today would be one of those days where, um, it can really run. Can really run all the way back up, back to the monthly VWAP or to the previous week's VWAP. So that's what I'm looking at this morning as far as the strategic stuff goes. And let me look at the session. Anybody have any questions about the strategic chart before I switch over to the session chart or RTH chart? All right. Let me erase these and let's look at the session chart here. Okay, I've got to switch the stream in two places, so bear with me. Okay, there's the session. Okay. So as far as the session goes, it's been pretty positive, really. Yep. Been lots of buying this morning. There's some sells that have come in, but lift it. And it looks like we will open up, excuse me, we'll open up on the positive side of delta, and that's an indication to me that it's wanting to go up. Um, so there's going to be a gap. Let's take a look at that. Let's see where that's fallen at. So let me switch the stream again. I do have a stream deck, so I guess set up some hotkeys because I want you guys to be able to see the things that I'm looking at and do it quickly without me having to take my eyes off the chart too much. All right, so this is our gap, basically right here. I don't worry too much about getting it, you know, super accurate. I just know that there's a gap there. And again, I have my charts stop at 5 p.m. Some people do 4 p.m. Some people do 4:15 cash close. For me, I just look at it from the future standpoint that it continues to trade until 5 p.m. So to me, that is the future close. So let's see. This is our gap. And I'm going to turn VWAPs back on this chart today. I had them off. I've had them off the last few days just so we can focus more on the delta, but I'll turn them back on today just to see how things kind of interact. Okay. So because this is an RTH chart, this is showing us the RTH VWAPs. I don't have the overlay on here, study price overlay from the session VWAP. So this is just RTH VWAP. But we'll see how they interact with each other. I'm going to turn off these swing points because they regular trading hours. So that's basically the cash session from 9:30 to 4 p.m. 4:15. I'm going to turn off these liquidity levels for now. All right, so uh, yes. So I within Sierra chart, which is one of the main reasons why I like it, is you can customize your deltas and when they're turning off and on. And so we have the session delta, which we just talked about in the session chart, and then this is the RTH chart. So um, the delta does reset at 9:30, and I do that because the algos reset at 9:30. So not reset, but they recalibrate right to that opening print. So it looks like we're going to open a little bit higher, and it looks like we're going to open above the previous day's RTH VWAP close. So again, when we start gapping up, right? We start gapping up, and we're opening above previous day's VWAPs, and our delta's positive. I take that as, a, a bullish signal, I guess. I'm not, again, I'm just looking at it objectively. I'm not building a strong bias around that or anything. I'm just simply noting where are we opening up. And It does not mean though that right once RTH opens, which our current overnight session price is here at 444, that they will sell it off, fill the gap, and then go higher. Like anything can happen. So not predicting, just noting the things you know that we're given in the market. So I'm hearing some chat, must be in general chat. All right. Again, appreciate all you guys on YouTube being here this morning. And we're going to see what this thing gives us. There's no major news until later today. So yesterday, I'm looking at this RTH chart from yesterday. You can see how aggressive um, they were selling it off. Excuse me. They were selling it off, but price didn't fall. And so I'm looking at that as a bullish sign, right? They're aggressively selling it off. Price is just refusing to fall. That's just because there's tons and tons of absorption. Hey KTS, how are you this morning? Appreciate you being here again, man. So we've got all this absorption, and now I feel like, the stage has been set for them to do something with it, right? So we'll see where we're opening up at, and I like it that we're above this weekly VWAP. Okay, let's go up here and we'll look at our opening print on Delta, the Delta is going to open right here. And it's going to go one direction or the other from there. And we'll try to go with it. Let me zoom in a little bit. Sorry. So we're opening right up at the previous day's VWAP. Trying to get this so you guys can see it. And again, I'm looking at this interaction. I'm sorry, I should have had this zoomed in. Looking at this interaction between my trades delta and my volume delta. So see how both of them are going down? So that tells me that there's sell trades hitting the market. I know it looks a little funky initially. Okay. Our buys are above, our trades delta is above the volume delta, so there's some absorption taking place. If the sells are spooling super hard, this trades delta is going to be below the volume delta. I think I'm going to try 1 micro long here. I just kind of like how this trades delta is pulling up. And let's see where they go with it here. If they both really start to tank, then we'll get out, recalibrate here. Trying to get this where you guys can see it. So the trades delta is testing neutral. Volume delta is kind of testing its low. There might be a better way for me to display this for you guys, but I just like the accuracy of the bars, OHLC bars. They really show you exactly where the highs and lows are at. I guess candlesticks do too. It's just for me, it's a lot thicker and but you guys tell me what you like. This screen right here is really for the viewers. So we're basically stuck right at yesterday's RTH VWAP. We're in one micro long just simply because these are both kind of holding this delta neutral area. If they start selling off hard, then we'll get out. No no gap fill yet. Nice thing about if it does start selling off hard, you feel pretty good about having all these other kind of VWAPs below you. Okay, so there's a push in delta. Let's see what trades does here. If trades holds this, then I feel pretty good about this. But if the trade starts to really sell off too, then we'll just get out with the small L. All right, so we get out of that. Looks like they might want to go down and fill the gap here. So we're just going to let them do their thing. Could you short it? Sure, you could short that. I'm not crazy about shorting it with what's below us, but you certainly could. I would say that that is where the momentum is wanting to go, is down at this point. I'm always looking at, risk to reward. Yesterday, I think it was yesterday, right? We were down near the monthly VWAP, previous month's VWAP. That was a good RR trade for a long, right? I'm looking at this here and I'm like, yeah, I could short this, but it's not really it's not really that enticing to me as a short. Now, I say that and kind of get going against my own words here in that, if you just follow the order flow, right, it is absolutely telling you to short. And this is the issue that I have, right, with these like horizontal levels on your chart, is that I'm looking at this going, man, there's a weekly VWAP there, previous days VWAP, like there's some I'm kind of limited on my RR. But if you just follow the order flow and go with it, then, hey, that's a great little short trade. So now we've got to wait, right? Because we didn't take the short, or at least I didn't take the short. Now you got to kind of wait. So that's, I put these back on here today, but in a lot of ways, for me, at least at this point, they can kind of impede me, right? Because I start looking at the horizontal levels and I start thinking about things instead of just trusting the order flow. So anyway, so we broke lower. And if you caught that little short there, excellent. Let's wait and see what happens next. As this retests this right here, you could absolutely take another, little short, right? Everything's in alignment right now, right? It's pointing downwards. So the order flow is telling us that it wants to go lower. How much lower, we don't know. Do I like shorting right into a weekly VWAP? No, I don't. But again, if you just trust the order flow, we don't know what horizontal levels it's going to punch through. So, oh, guys, you got to tell me, hey, turn on the background music. Chill Music Lab. Might be kind of loud right off the gate here. I apologize. Sorry. There we go. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, we're hitting this 1K. I would not be surprised if it taps the 1K, fills the gap. There is a little bit of absorption. Okay, hitting the 1K, negative 1K. And there's previous days VWAP, session VWAP that is, at 283-ish. So yeah, you got a nice little short out of that. Now it did hit the 1K. Let's see what happens. What's nice, days like this where, maybe it doesn't really push below 1K, and then you get a nice delta flip, and then it just runs the rest of the day the opposite direction. On these days when you don't get a deep push, negative on your order flow, and then it pushes higher, like it can really go. Okay, tapping into previous VWAP. I used to just limit buy these things, but then I realized I was getting run over, so that was before I really started looking at the order book closely and what it was doing. So they've filled the gap back down to, VWAPs. tapping into those. There are a lot of times, guys, that I'll see something like this, it hitting a 1K, filling a gap, that I will put on a micro and start to try to build a position. I'm really trying not to do that with you guys because, again, I know folks are trading with smaller accounts, and I'm trying to give you guys some clear signals as far as when to enter and exit. There definitely is. You build an intuition, right? Just like anything else in life, you will build an intuition. You kind of just get a feel for things, um, and when you see it kind of over and over and over again, you just know, like, hey, this is a good time to buy. I'm not saying that I'm necessarily getting that feeling right now, but I'm kind of getting that feeling a little bit. So, despite whatever this thing is doing, right? It's this is my guidepost, and we'll see what it says. Yeah, let me put some volume on here. Let's look at some volume today. I'm not sure how this is going to look, so just bear with me. But volume is something as well that I do like to look at. A lot of times at these turning points, right, you'll get this kind of churny. We turn off that moving average. Let me know if that's too much information on the screen for you guys. I like it that this trades delta is kind of flattening out here. Well, I say that and it starts to break lower, but again, just some simple tools, right? Got our volume delta, trades delta. Simple 30-second chart. Again, this is why we don't just blindly buy levels, right? If you bought this gap right now, you're feeling a lot of heat, or if you bought the previous day's VWAP, you're feeling a lot of heat. Okay, looks like we're going to get some confluence here with, I like these big, heavy selling candles. I'm going to buy one micro right here. And that's really just because I see my trades delta hitting 1K, and we've got close to a big push down here at negative 2K. I like it when they offer it to me at a deeply discounted rate. So this is not a prediction that it's going to go higher. I mean, obviously, I'm trying to predict that it's going to go higher because I'm buying, but it's not. I'm not saying that we're going to go all the way back up, back to the open or anything like that. It's really just kind of more of a initial starter position, and we'll see what happens here. A lot of selling there. If you're already short, you could, if it pulls back up, hits this previous day's VWAP, and you start getting some confluence with some of these delta levels, you absolutely could try to sell it back down. Everything's still very much in alignment. Momentum is definitely still to the downside. Hey, how's it going, TX? I'm gonna close that. Just a scalp, nothing crazy. I'll scalp these 1K levels a lot. Kind of look at it as, not gonna say it's free money, but you can often catch some nice little tops and bottoms just playing those levels. I'm doing very well. Doing very well. I'm gearing up for Christmas. My kids are excited. I'm excited. I'm basically the biggest kid in the house. So I'm sure some of you guys are as well. So this time of year I'm grateful. I am a follower of Christ. So this is a very special time of year for us. All right. So we've got some aggressive buying coming in. Man, I kind of wish should have held that now. All right. I'm going to not get rid of the gap, but I'm going to turn this into, that's pretty ugly. So let me change the color on it. Again, I don't want my mind to start getting wrapped around that is the old gap sitting there. So we're just gonna make that a little bit darker. That's awesome. 2.5 is such a precious, precious time. Now, do we short here? Not a bad idea, really. We're kind of getting back up to RTH neutral. Momentum's been down. We're below the weekly VWAP. We're below the rolling VWAP. Let's see if we can build into a short. So we're just going to short 1 micro here. I don't see any really glaring divergences in these. If you guys do, let me know if I'm missing something, but we'll see what happens. Again, the momentum's down, right? It's pretty easy to see it. Price shot down from the open. All of our momentum's been down. Feel okay about taking a short here. Regardless of what the horizontal levels are. I feel like the fact that it did not hold that weekly VWAP, even though it's Wednesday, so it's not like it's a super strong Thursday, Friday kind of weekly rolling VWAP, that tells me something. It went through that pretty quick. It only spent a minute or two at that weekly VWAP before selling off. So, and we can see where yesterday, it was kind of resistance, support, and it kind of went through it pretty quick. So if we get strong delta flip and it starts to really go positive, then we'll absolutely get out and we'll reorient. But I feel good about this. Appreciate all you guys on YouTube. If you guys can like the video, helps me out. I am working on getting the Apex affiliate code. Hopefully SpecOps isn't taken. Doubt that it is. Waiting to see if the sellers want to continue their aggression here. Is that music too loud? It's a little bit loud on my end. Price makes a new low here. I may add into this a little bit. Is it not loud enough on your end? I don't want it to be I don't want it to be a disco in here. I'm not really a disco kind of guy. I'm more of a backyard bonfire kind of guy. But I don't want, 20 of us sitting here in complete silence either while we're watching Price and Delta. So if you can't hear it, let me know. If it's too loud, let me know. I'm not a DJ. I'm an army guy, so there, I turned up the mixer a little bit on OBS, so maybe you guys can hear more of it now. I do have a Marine that's listening, and I heard that they make better MCs than Army guys, so maybe I should let him run the audio for us. Dude, you guys have got better dress uniforms. Like, there's no doubt about that. Okay, I just turned it up about 20 decibels. So, all right, if price makes a new high here, I'm not panicking about it. Order flow is still negative. I think I mentioned this yesterday, guys, that price will travel a long ways before your order flow does. So you kind of that's why to me, if I'm being completely honest with you, where what is happening in here is way more important to me than what's happening up here. So what do I mean by that? Well, the like if this stuff is dropping like crazy and we're down at like 3 or 4K, I really want to be playing bounces off of these 1K levels. And so with this, like we're shorting, we're trying to take a short here, but if you notice that right here, it's gonna be hard for you guys to, whoops, that's not very good. Hard for you guys to see it, but our volume delta and our trades delta didn't really get back to delta neutral. Now, they're closer now, so you think about it, this is we're in a better spot to short than we were. Does it mean that I add into this? Not necessarily, but sometimes if you front run these levels on the delta chart a little bit, you'll just be early and you just got to take a little bit of heat. So things are still things are still bearish in the sense that session wise we're negative, right? Even though price is kind of pushing against us. So let's watch and see what happens when these two get to right here, right? That's really going to be very telling of whether or not we're going to get really kind of another extension back down or whether or not we need to exit this short. Um, the other thing is that this is where I like to have a 5-second chart. And let's just see. Let me see. I don't remember how many days I've got loaded. Let me switch this to 5 seconds. And we'll just see how it looks. All right. But you'll pick up on little divergences between these guys. Whoa. All right, so this is a 5-second. Let's see if we can spot anything here. Not really. Delta's kind of retesting this little level here. I want to look at the bottom. Let's look at the bottom. Don't really see any big divergences there. We just have this trades delta tapping into the 1K. Our volume delta didn't quite get all the way down. We do get a nice volume spike right there. Right, that was kind of nice confirmation, so to speak. Okay, we're getting some strong delta again. Let me know if this 5-second is too much information. Just watching to see what happens right here. Whether or not we want to add or if this is just going to be a higher low and we're going to get another leg up. It's looking like they're getting aggressive with it. Yep. Let's see if price makes a new low here. if price really holds this level, then we should probably get out and wait for it to do the delta flip if it's going to do it and go long. But right now we're still okay till it shows us otherwise. Starting to look like it's wanting to flip. If it breaks through this weekly, I mean, it could be the data feed. I'm still not getting out of this yet. But you guys also notice that like I'm not really adding into it super convincingly. Price is still acting like it wants to kind of go up, even though these are still we're below neutral here. Sometimes scaling, guys, if you're using Sierra chart, I set my volume delta to the I guess I can show you guys real quick. So when you go into the volume delta bars themselves and you go to scale, I have this set to automatic. I think Ryan was having trouble with this yesterday too. I have this set to automatic. And then the again, start at trading day, start at both session times, and then for the trades delta, when you go into scale, I have those, whoops, those should be same as region actually. That scale should be same as region. So, heck, mine might be off. Mine might be the ones that are off, not yours. Let me look at this. I mean, that didn't change anything really. Price is going to let us know what it wants to do here. I feel like if it breaks it, if it breaks it, we'll get out of the short and we'll look for some kind of retest here. I'm not worried about it. It was a nice short out of the open though. Really nice short. Worked out good. Like I said, you can get yourself into a lot of trouble really getting fixated on the horizontal levels that you're being presented with instead of just trusting the order flow. But people have been asking about them, so I wanted to put them back on today. So the delta is kind of pushing up, pushing up, pushing up. I feel like it's probably going to pop. So I'm gonna exit this. All right, so close that. I feel like this thing's wanting to go higher. Of course, as soon as I say that, it'll just tank, of course. But let's just watch it here, see if we get a delta flip. If we get a delta flip, then we could get a really nice run with it. This is an important level here, this RTH delta low. I usually mark these out. Call it CVD low. I guess I could set up a study to do this for me. And then we have, well, we know this, but basically our trades delta. Don't want to overwhelm you guys with information, but this is our trades delta low. All right. Yes, I have some funded Apex accounts and then a personal account that I trade pretty much every day. You know, Apex really wants you to get your trades in, your trade days in to get payouts. But my accounts are, I don't have to deal with the trailing drawdown anymore, so that's always nice. If you guys are just getting your accounts funded or you're trying to pass the evals, then just trade them light. Like there's no rush, guys. The, I say this pretty much every day. Not to, you know, when I say this, I'm saying it to myself, right? Which is the more that you rush it, the longer that it takes. See, that's what I'm saying. Look at this. Close the short, and then it wants to start selling off. Guess who told me that bit of wisdom? The more that you rush it, the longer that it takes. The more that you try to rush it, the longer that it's going to take. It wasn't Mark Douglas. Travis got it, man. It was not. It was not. It was not Mark Douglas. It was not, Al Brooks. It was not, the auction market theory guy Stottlemyre. It was not ICT. It was my wife, right? She, out of everybody, gave me the best trading advice that I've ever received, which is if you rush it, the longer it's going to take. And when I took my foot off of the gas and started to trade micros and really just, yeah, Jesse Livermore, and just spend time on the charts, right? Things changed. And then also having belief in myself, right? Super important. How do you avoid the trailing drought on Apex? Um, so if you are starting off with, let's say you have a 50K evaluation, I would set so it has a $2,500 drawdown. I would go into our trader and set a daily loss limit of like $500. So that way you at least get 5 trading days before you blow the account. Okay, so our order flow is flattening out here and price is rising. So that's telling me that there's absorption that's taking place. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean that you guys can see how they're kind of wedged in between this weekly and this previous day's VWAP. You can let this thing resolve itself right before forcing yourself into a trade. So I would use the daily loss limit, right? I don't um I don't trade with hard stops. I'm not using bracket orders, but it's not for everybody. Okay, it's really not. And I've had some people that really took issues with um, me not using hard stops. It's fine, right? Like I know what my risk management is, and everybody has their own. But I'm also smart enough not to be buying right before FOMC or selling right. Like I'm not, again, I'm not predicting anything. I just try to stay fluid and agile and in touch with the market. But if you guys are under the trailing drawdown, then I would I would be using a daily loss limit for sure. That's going to keep you safe, right? It's going to protect you from yourself. And really, you are your biggest enemy in this market. So our order flow looks really droopy, like it's wanting to keep going lower. Everything's kind of rolling over here. See if we can get a good push in one direction or the other and get a nice pullback. I'm gonna go back to the 30-second chart. I kind of showed you guys what I wanted to on the 5-second. It's hard for me to just give me a second while this reloads. It's hard for me to articulate all the little nuanced divergences that I'm seeing here. So let's just take a look at where we're at. Okay. It's a little better. We talked earlier about that above us, there's a lot of room for it to run once it gets above this weekly VWAP. So I think that's probably the smart play, is for us to just wait and let it give us some real direction. We talked about the short. We were initially long because our deltas were going positive, but then I hope some of you caught the short. I didn't take it because, again, I was looking at this weekly VWAP. It's my bad. I should have taken that short. Should have just trusted the order flow, like I tell you guys. So let's see. Looks like we might have a lot of buying coming in. I'm going to wait patiently here to see if we do get the delta flip. If it flips, guys, and it really goes positive, you're going to have plenty of time to get into a long. So don't feel like you've got to rush into this. The order book is still negative and could absolutely just start selling off from here. Again, we're not trying to predict what it's going to do. We're just trying to react to really um, these kind of key delta levels, right? Both volume delta and trades made a new low there. So yeah, we've got a pop. Of course, the volume delta made a high, but till this thing gets above this weekly and it goes positive, I'm not feeling super chompy about getting into this delta neutral or getting into this long position. Patience. Gotta have patience. If you guys have any questions while we're waiting for this thing to decide what it wants to do, it's a good time to ask. Oops, I don't mean to do that. I'm gonna make this volume a little bit smaller. So our trades is starting to kind of pull under volume delta, so that means that there's some more shorts that are hitting the market, more sells. See how the CTD, the trades delta, is under the volume delta. So sometimes they'll get entangled with each other, but if your trades delta is under your volume delta, then that's telling you that that it's starting to kind of tug it down. I'm always watching the relationship between them. Is my trades above my volume delta? How far above it? Um, Etc. Unfortunately, not TX. Not that's going to give you, um, you know, TradingView touts itself as having order flow. It's not accurate order flow. It's reconstructed data. They it's basically like an aggregation, so it's not accurate. Some of the prop firms, and again, the only one that I trade with currently is Apex, but some of the prop firms offer, software packages, or some of them I think that maybe have Quantower. I like Quantower, but and I think maybe you can set the deltas to reset at the beginning of the day. It's been probably 2 years since I've really looked at Quantower. Um, its Sierra chart really is unmatched when it comes to its order flow tools and the Denali data feed and um, its customization. Of course, I mean, the charts that you're seeing right now are really very basic. It's not like a fully fleshed out, chart book. It's just one that I created to teach folks kind of the basics of order flow and what I look for. Um, so unfortunately, there's just not a good free option for order flow. And the industry is designed that way, right? They want to sell you stuff. That's how they make their money. They want to make you feel like you're really missing out on something because you don't have order flow tools. NinjaTrader is probably going to be, NinjaTrader's fine. A lot of people like that. It's kind of laggy for me, whereas I like Sierra chart. It's very lightweight. I don't get any lag with it. The only time that it gets laggy is when I'm doing stuff like I'm doing right now, right? Where I've got data streaming in and I've got data streaming out through OBS and through, like, I'm running two streams right now. So there might be a little lag in the chart, but it's not bad. So let's see what's gonna happen here. This is looking good. Not long yet, but the buyers might actually be aggressive enough to make this thing break up here. I'm not looking at the shape of anything. I'm not looking at, trend lines. Got the volume profile on the right, but I'm really just watching the order flow here. Okay, so buyers are getting aggressive. This is good. We're going to get the delta flip. This is our RTH high. So this is a big level here on the delta. Like that it's wanting to break through this. Let's see if they can take it through this weekly VWAP. Again, I'm not long yet. Could you short from here? Yeah, absolutely you could. I mean there wouldn't be necessarily anything wrong with that from an order flow perspective other than I feel like it's shown some aggression here. I don't really like stepping in front of that aggression. Okay, it's breaking through it. I really want to show you guys some kind of a pullback and retest. Now, could you buy that drop there? Yeah, that's not a bad idea, really. Given when they're giving you a big discount like that, and your delta's still kind of up here. Let's see. Delta's making new highs. This is the kind of stuff that you can't really predict, right? Price movements like that. It's very difficult because it's been moving pretty calmly, but now all of a sudden we're getting, so the sellers are absolutely still coming back in. And where did it happen at? Right at this RTH high. Let's see what they do. That's why I didn't get long right there because I need this thing to really convince me. Now in hindsight you could say, "Oh, that would have been an excellent short spec. Why didn't you take that?" Well, really because I mean it looked like it was making a new high. I don't know if it actually made a new high. I don't think it did. But our trades delta and price are still very much in alignment with each other. Our volume delta is the one that's kind of diverging. I'm trying to show you guys what I'm talking about here. So until everything really gets in alignment, you have to be careful because this is what I'm seeing. So trades and price are still in alignment, but we're getting a kind of, some size and some aggression on the tape, but price is still very much in step with our trades delta. Right. So, you know, that's why I don't like to. Looks like it wants to do that, but it's just not there yet. So I think you gotta wait. And honestly, like from a price action standpoint, it's just not that enticing. We know that you don't see it over here because this profile is looking at the entire chart, but like that there is that there's a high volume node whoops, that's sticking out from the side, and we're still very much inside of that high volume node. So until it really breaks one way or the other, and you get some real confluence, you're kind of just you're you're kind of guessing. Again, think about our risk to reward, right? Like, is this what you want to do? Like, no, man, I want to catch trades that give me thousands of dollars or hundreds of dollars per trade. And you just don't know. So I like it that the order flow is wanting to kind of creep up here, but of course somebody can come along, behind this and say, "Oh, well, you should have shorted right there, Spec. It was obvious." Well, it's not so obvious when it's in the moment, especially when price hasn't really traveled that far. That's why I said this yesterday that my best trades always come from steep, steep, painful drops. Because when the order flow is down negative 5K, 6K, 7K, I just get this conviction, man. I'm like, all right, they are selling it. And when they sell it, I know that there's a better buy, right? And again, I was going to mention this yesterday, and I did not because I just ran out of time. But you've got to be careful. Like right now, it's 10:30 in the morning. If this thing starts dropping like a stone, then we will likely have enough time to work ourselves into a very nice long position. However, if it's 2 o'clock, again, just use your imagination. If it's 2 o'clock right now, and this is the kind of price action and order flow that you're faced with, do not force a trade. There's just not enough, RR, risk to reward. There's not enough RR for you. Just let it go, man. Come back the next day. Like I'm faced with that every few weeks, right? I got to take my kids and do something. They've got some kind of event going on. And I'm faced with this kind of price action and this kind of order flow, right? It's accumulation and distribution. So when you understand that, people get pissed off when price chops or when it's consolidating, but they don't really understand the accumulation distribution standpoint. Like it's a very natural, healthy part of the market. So anyway, you kind of have to wait. Price looks like it wants to make a new low. Doesn't mean that I'm going to short it. I like you, volume. I just don't have enough screen space for you, buddy. So sorry. Oftentimes you will get like a double bottom effect with these delta levels. So let's see what happens. Trades delta is pulling down volume delta. We talked briefly about this interaction right here. Trades delta started to twist below the volume delta. Those trades that are hitting the order book are, those sell trades are pulling it down. I want to see what happens right here in this area, which is the trades delta low. I would not be surprised if price drops, breaks this swing, and kind of bottoms out, and then we get our swing up. Again, I'm not predicting, just telling you what I've seen in the past. We can tell that buyers are excited to buy, but the sellers are still leaning on the order book quite a bit. So let's see what happens. We're going to zoom in here just a little bit on this. Okay, so we've got a swing here. Okay, so now we're tapping into that. Again, I'm not watching price. I'm watching the delta. Gonna buy a micro. I'm hearing Discord chart, but I'm not sure where it's showing up at. General chat, I guess. Yeah. Gonna have to figure out a better way to show this to you guys because these bars are looking a little rough right now. Really just buying this RTH low on the trade. Not that, sorry. On the trades delta. Again, I'm thinking of it just kind of as a starter position. Let's see what happens. Can you guys see that yellow circle okay? You guys want me to use white, different color? Again, I'm not getting married to this position. It's just me putting a micro on, seeing what comes out of it. When price, I mean, we know, right, that when price sweeps these lows and things, you get a quote unquote liquidity sweep that it'll often reverse. And I'm just trying to, again, get the best price that I can on my initial entry. And if it drops from here, it's fine. It's only going to drop so far. I don't have the strategic chart up. Let's look at that real quick. So we've got some lows here. I'm going to plot these. Maybe they'll show up on the other chart. So there's a low there. I'm going to change the color of that. I'm working on the strategic chart, but it should show up in the chart that you guys see. I'm just going to make it a white. So we did get a nice rejection from that quarterly VWAP, and it has sold off convincingly since then. So okay, let's see if these show up. All right, so this white line right here is a low, like a 30-minute, 60-minute low on my strategic chart. Yeah, there's 30-minute candle. So it's basically an hourly low that we're coming up to, and then there's one below it. And then really, there's not really any other levels from like a VWAP standpoint. So I just want to see what happens here. If this thing does decide to hold here and it rallies, then, and again, we get that delta flip, then I think it will could potentially go all the way back up where we started at. You can see that there was an initial push down by the sellers, but they didn't get down to negative 2K. It could absolutely drop from here, negative 2K. But as far as size goes, it's really not aggressive, super aggressive selling yet. Um, when you start getting down 3, 4K, 5K, that's real aggressive selling. And from an order book standpoint, that hasn't happened yet. It could happen, but it hasn't happened yet. So I'm just watching to see what happens here. Could absolutely sweep this low. Could sweep this low. If it does really start to break down from here, then I'll just get out. Maybe we'll try the martingale thing today. Okay, we're hitting that low. I'm watching to see. Again, when the delta starts flattening out like that, our price is sloping down, but our deltas are flat for a second. It's absorption, so we know that there's buying. Please don't follow me along in my trades. I need to put that disclaimer up there. When you guys are able to kind of give yourselves some room to work, like again, I'm not really looking at price, other than I'm looking at prices, its relationship or orientation compared to the deltas. But like we've taken $100 in heat. Again, if you're trading a $2,500 account, $100 in heat isn't a big deal. Where people get into trouble is that they buy here, right? They buy here, they put a stop loss, and then they get stopped out. And they try to buy again, and then they get stopped out. Excuse me. they get stopped out. So you've taken 2 or 3 stops, but when you look at it, it's like, okay, I need to set up my rectangle tool. I'm really focused on this area and what the order book is telling me in this area. Yeah, it broke lower a little bit, but it's actually still kind of looking like it's wanting to hold. So if the order flow does flip and starts to run from here, you can wait for that order flow to flip too. It's totally fine. So this is the absorption piece, a little bit bigger scale, meaning that again, prices falling. But look at what our order book is doing. Kind of staying flat. If it breaks from here, will it go lower? Yeah, it'll go lower. But just know that they're accumulating in here. As this, again, they have to have limit order selling in their face. See what it does. So we're again, I'm not panicked by it. I'm basing everything off of what I see right here. I don't care what price is doing. Watching the order book. Going to buy down to half of a full size. So again, I might take a little more heat if it sweeps this. It's okay. Now, if I DCA in like this, watching the order flow, again, it's looking like it's wanting to go up. We're basically at the lowest point of our trades delta, and we have a divergence between price and our volume delta. So there's aggressive buying down here, and it's starting to reveal itself a little bit. So we see that there's this kind of accumulation zone that's transpired. You absolutely could just, wait for this. But the only thing that I would say is, and I guess I've seen it enough, is that the area that I have here in the circle is going to present itself differently every day. It's more or less the same. It's more or less a flattening in the order book as they begin to absorb. But it there's some nuances to it, right? There's some nuances to it. Now we have good price, volume delta, trades delta alignment. We DCA'd into this and we wait and see what happens. If you want to, right, you could absolutely sell. Again, I'm keeping this light for you guys because, again, I know some folks are trading different account sizes. So you would have taken a loss on that, first micro, but now you're in a nice position, right? Took a little bit of heat, but nothing crazy, nothing more than a couple $100. And now we just let this thing play out. Now, we see the accumulation here in this circle. Does that mean that it's going to go all the way back up to VWAP or to the, to the pre-market high? Or, like, again, I'm not predicting any of that. I'm not ICT. I'm not into that. I'm just trying to position myself into a trade that I can make money on and keep it really simple. Um, if the delta or if the order flow really starts to shift and starts selling off hard, then yeah, you probably don't want to continue to DCA into this trade. I know that there's a low right here, but I'm trying to just trust the order flow, right? Trust that it's going to take me in the right direction. All right, Ryan. Nice work, man. So this is absolutely a counter trend trade, catching the falling knife kind of deal. And guys, sometimes you get some cuts. But if you can work on it, work on this skill, then it lets you get the best entries that you can have. And sometimes again, sometimes it works flawlessly, other times it's a little bit messy, but might get another little leg down here in price. Let's see. Again, I'm watching the order flow. Gonna get rid of some of these. Again, it's a 30-second chart, so if you're looking at a 1 minute or a 5 minute, it's gonna look differently. So we know that that low has been taken. Let's see if they take this other one. I would say that those are probably stops, right? I'm always asking myself, is this fresh, newly initiated selling? And at this point in the leg down, probably not. Okay, so look at our trade stealth. Our trade stealth is starting to diverge from volume. I don't know if you guys can see that. Just a little bit. Again, I'm thinking it's more stops, not panicking. Can't tell because they're tangled up there, but our trades delta still hasn't really made a new low. Volume delta has, but that's to be expected given that there's stops that are being run. You guys can also absolutely let this whole, like, I'm trying to demonstrate something to you, so please understand that I'm trying to demonstrate something to you, trying to demonstrate how to read order flow. um, you can absolutely let all of this, um, this battle, you can let this battle complete, right? Before you take a long, right? So don't feel like you've got to, you know, match me trade for trade or micro for micro. It's not about that at all. I want to be very, very clear about that. I'm the only way that I can really demonstrate it to you is to talk, to narrate, right? To tell the story of the order flow and what I'm seeing. And sometimes, again, I'm also trying to get my own trades in as well. But just understand that I'm just trying to show you something different, how to read this order book, and yeah. So doesn't mean that you should be following along trade for trade. It doesn't mean that you have to get involved in this accumulation process, right? You can let all this play out. Let it all play out. Let your delta flip positive and let it start getting really, very convincing that the buyers are really stepping in. Absolutely. And I would encourage you to do that if you're trying to grow a small account, right? It's going to be tough for you to try to DCA the way that I do and things like that. If you're working with a 50K account through Apex, it's going to be tough. So, unfortunately, as much as I would like to, I don't know the situation that you guys are all in. Everybody's got different account sizes. Everybody has different trade experience. Everybody has different confidence levels. Everybody has different, you know, beliefs and self-image and all of that. So I can't tailor everything to everyone. So I just try to do my best to narrate what I'm seeing, get my own trades in without sinking the ship, right? The Discord is not open. Going to keep the Discord private. The people that are in the Discord are people that I've been talking to for months, and the plan is to basically keep it private and reserved for people who um, purchase the course. So that's the plan. May change, but right now that's the plan. So our trades is starting to diverge now up, right? So this is kind of that limit order spooling is kind of what I think of it, right? Refreshing, more buying trades are coming into the market, fighting against this aggressive selling. Now, if it's fallen this far and you get a nice delta flip, then it's going to carry back up, I think, a fair amount. Just going to look at where we're at. Yeah, strategic chart wise, we've basically swept all of the lows that are in proximity to us. There's a couple of like VWAP levels, but nothing that's very close. It's just because TX, I just don't have the bandwidth, brother. Like that's really it. Because I'm answering questions on X and the Discord and YouTube. So trying to maintain my sanity. But you guys are seeing, I mean, if you're watching the live stream right now, you're basically watching me gather material and build the course right in front of you. So consider yourself fortunate in that regard, right? Because I have to put together educational content to show people what I'm how I'm thinking. So even though price has fallen quite a bit, again, we don't have like major selling aggression yet, and I think it's probably a little long in the tooth. I feel like this thing's going to start to reverse here. Now, could you wait and just look for hourly swing highs and lows? Yeah, absolutely. Wait for some kind of divergence or absorption to show itself there. But again, I'm trying to. Yeah, well, thank you. I'm going to buy this down here because I feel like we're about to possibly pop. So we'll go. I'm going to sink down to 20 contracts, 20 micros. So it's two full-size contracts. And if we start breaking this low, then I'll get out, take an L. But I like what I'm seeing here. Yeah, we have no idea what price is going to do. I mean, we kind of do in the sense that we've fallen a fair amount and deltas are diverging, our trades delta is higher, but like we don't really know what's next. So you kind of have to take all of it with a little bit of a grain of salt. I get that the order book is lifting. My headset is wanting to die on me. I guess I'm gonna have to get a corded headset. I think this is somewhere along in here now. So you can see the order flow fighting against price there. Now, what does it mean when we get this delta flip? Well, it means that once we start going higher than this water line right here, it means that now there's more buying trades that have hit the market than sell trades. And there's more size. So once this thing starts to kind of, you know, rally up out of here, if you're just starting a position, I think this is obviously a great place to start it. But if for some reason you DCA'd in, then you'd want to start taking, taking some size off, right? Start taking some profits and getting your theoretical average back down, you know, oops, not a straight line, back down into here, right? Like right now, my theoretical average is right here. If you start taking some micros off, then you're just improving your position and taking some profits. So let's see what happens. So it looks like this, right? Like we're in 20 micros. If I start to sell some off, I'm locking in profits on those micros, and the longs that I entered before, just they end up being uh, losses. I don't worry about my win rate. I used to get really wrapped up in those kinds of stats, my win rate, my, you know, when I was using brackets and stuff. This is just a much simpler way for me to trade. I don't care. All that I care about is the P&L at the end of the day. So let's see if we get this delta flip here. Get the flip, it's gonna go at least back to VWAP, I feel like, which is up here. Could go back to previous day, could go back to the weekly. It could break through it. We don't really know. But now we definitely have not a huge divergence, but a divergence. I would call this like a medium. I'll stay on here for a little bit longer. Like I said, my headset's about to croak, so getting EMs on Discord here. One sec. Could this thing sell off from here? Yeah, absolutely. Our order flow is still not positive yet, even though it's really kind of pulling price up. It could definitely sell off, take another swipe down at this low. So again, you got to be, cognizant of that, careful. Not get yourself sized up too much, and don't get greedy. Like that's another important thing that should be said too, right? Like, if I DCA'd into this, I'm definitely going to take some profits. And, like if price starts really going against me, I'm not gonna stay sized into this with 10 or 20 micros, right? Or 30 micros. Don't be greedy. Just, you know, exit the trade. Like if it starts getting down, price starts getting down into here and it starts running counter to the order flow, just get out of the trade. Like if it does make another leg down, then that's great. That's just an even bigger divergence in the order flow and an even better buy. But don't get caught so far off sides again that you blow your account out. Can you guys hear the beeps or chirps, the bells from Discord on stream? I hope not. Let me figure out how to silence that. Oh, you can hear it. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure out how to turn them off. I guess I can just disable notifications altogether. Sorry, guys. I don't want you hearing Discord beeping. Okay. I turned off desktop notifications, so hopefully that'll. So I'm not out yet. But I'm getting close to being. Just see what it does here. As the volume delta kind of comes back down to this 1K level here, it's what I'm watching. Okay, so it's hitting that. Yeah, it looks like it's one to sweep it again. I like it that the trades are trying to take back off here, but there is a lot of selling. Generally, I have like I call it like a 70% rule. So if I'm up, let's just say that I'm up $1,000 on the day. I don't like to let the P&L go below 700. Sometimes, but I'm also very much like, hey, if I'm playing with other people's money, then I'm more willing to put more risk on or more size on. So, again, that's a intuitive thing. I don't have like a mathematical formula or equation for you guys, but generally, if I'm up 1,000, I don't like losing more than 300 or 400 bucks out of that on any particular trade. So I'll get out, but I'm not there yet. Luckily, we took profits. Not panicking. But you guys notice that I'm also not DCAing back into this further just yet. I'm really watching that trades delta, trying to see where that thing is going to get some footing at. Let me tell this person that I'm busy. Just a second. Okay, when you're looking at a 30-second, it some people say it can be really noisy, but I don't think of it as noisy. I just look at it as detail. Just giving me a little more detail. My conviction still absolutely stands. Like, we've seen absorption come through all of this. So I still absolutely think that it's going to go up from this area. The trick is just giving yourself enough room to let it play out without blowing your account up. So if this holds, I might buy some more down into this. Watching my trades delta. Also, the volume delta is kind of making a little bit of an equal low here. Yeah, let's buy some more. Not going to get too crazy with it. Let's go back to 20 micros. And if this doesn't hold, then we'll just kind of keep playing this game with it. But the order book is definitely diverging from price. It's just really a matter of when are they actually going to turn it and stop playing these little games. The way that I look at it is that the people that are really buying it, once they kind of hold, think about it like this. Once they hold all of the contracts, and they don't, and when I say all of them, I don't mean literally every one of them, but if they've been accumulating really since the open, right? If they hold all the contracts in this area, or at least most of them, it's easy for them to sell some, right? To wick people out, right? They wick people out, stop these guys out, and then they're free to take it higher. They literally are trying to get their hands on every contract that they can before they go higher. So that's kind of how I look at it, is that once the accumulation is complete, again, guys, if this is kind of, too much for your account size to handle, then don't play this game with them. Wait, wait until till all this mess is played out and you start getting, you know, some structure like that. However you want to do it. Again, I'm just trying to show you how I trade and the things that I'm looking at. But when I see stuff like this, right, I get even more excited. Yeah, yes, go ahead. Make another low because every time they make another low, especially when we've gone this far down, I know, and again, I'm looking at the clock. It's 11:19, almost 11:20. There's plenty of time the rest of the day for this thing to at least go back to VWAP. Right now, they've given me a good risk to reward trade. When we were up here, these are not good risk to reward trades. They're just not, right? This is not great RR, but now it is. Okay, that's definitely gonna have to figure out how to turn off the notifications. I turned them off, but they're still popping up. Okay. Watching this little swing point right here in price, little tiny swing point. If price makes a new high there before our delta does, then that really tells me that those buy side limit orders are starting to come in. Jason, I missed that. What did you say is the 30-minute mid, I guess? That little swing high that it, this right here? Oh, okay. Yes, I want to that chart that you gave me, I really like that one. I want to I need to tinker with it some more, and I want to start using that one. I like that. I'll be honest, like I don't have a lot of time on my end, especially this time of year, man. Like my son and I went to that shooting competition this past weekend. I didn't get to work on my charts or anything. Life. You know, you have kids, so. So I'm really kind of watching this level here in the volume delta. That blue line right there. If the volume delta really starts to break that, then I mean, I guess it can go further down, but I like it that price is wanting to lift. I feel like somebody's about to be really offsides here. Especially once the delta flips positive. So I want to see if one of the ways that you guys can really kind of be certain that the low is in is we're watching the relationship between these 2 points. So these swings right here. If price reaches that swing point before your order flow does, then that tells you that the limit orders are absolutely on your side. And that's a good thing if you're trying to get long, right? Uh-oh. I have a YouTube warning. Interesting. I have no idea what that is. I hope that there's not like a copyright infringement on the music here. I'm going to take some profits on this. Oops. Okay. I'm going to leave that. Let's see. Stream health. Gave me a warning, but says stream is healthy now. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about it. I appreciate everybody that's watching on YouTube. Quite a few of you on there. It's cool. Basically, what we're trying to do is catch the falling knife here. We've had a fair amount of divergence. And it looks like our order flow, the order book, could possibly really be set in now, and this could actually be the low. We're talking quite a bit about spent a lot of time talking about divergence today, not as much talking about the actual levels themselves. Really, to me, even though price fell, we didn't really get a bunch of aggressive selling. A lot of limit order selling, for sure. Anytime that your price drops a lot, but you don't really have a lot of aggression on in the order book, that's or at least with market orders, that's because the sellers are limit selling. I would be surprised if they take another swipe at this low. They might. And if they do, again, you guys That's even just more conviction from my standpoint to continue to try to work along in here. As long as the order flow is not really making, you know, new lows, we have to trust it. Especially when it's at this point, right? We've got a nice RR trade that's setting up, right? We've got plenty of room back to VWAP to make, you know, thousands of dollars or hundreds of dollars, even on one micro, back to VWAP, back to the weekly VWAP, previous day's VWAP. There's lots of room. And if it does, for whatever reason, leg down again, it's okay. As long as the order flow is not really pushing down heavy, I'm not too worried about it. I say that, then they start doing that against me. This is why we take profits, right? So let's see. I'm going to erase a lot of these chart drawings here. I was just talking about those divergences. But I really want to see, like, right along in here is our trades RTH low, which it has held. It has not broken through that yet. And then we have our CVD low here, which I'm going to thicken this up so you guys can see it a little bit. All right, so these 2 points to me are very important. Cumulus trades delta low. I know it's kind of masked, but as long as these points are holding, there's absorption taking place. Like we talked earlier about these zones where things flatten out. It's the same thing that's happening, but it's on a bigger scale. Like our order flow really throughout all of this is very flat. So that's them absorbing. I would not be surprised if we get some kind of a bounce right here on the volume delta and right here in the trades delta, and then it really decides to rally. Could absolutely also keep falling the rest of the day. I'm just trying to narrate my experiences with the order book here. I like it that we have this 25K level right here. I keep forgetting to put these large round numbers on the chart, but like right here is basically 25K. So if you think about like a key psychological level, um, right? Like this seems to be like a logical place for buying to occur. There's not really anything for us to look at on the strategic chart. There is an old previous day's VWAP right here, which at this point I don't put a whole lot of stake in those. And below that is a weekly VWAP close. Again, I'm just taking a glance at the strategic chart, but we're definitely at an area where there's going to be institutional level buying. I'll keep this up here. Again, there may be some some craziness around here. In the Army, we call it reindeer games. We would say that they'd be playing reindeer games around here. This 25,000 level is definitely a big one. Extend this. So you expect there to be some reindeer games here, right? And that's okay. We can play along. Okay, I'm looking at what you posted here, Jason. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. Not a whiskey, a water. You're making gingerbread. I would love to make gingerbread with you. I'll hang out with my friends for a little bit longer than we'll make gingerbreads, okay? Sorry, I should have muted that. It's my 3-year-old. All right. So let's see what happens here. There's a part of me that really wants to get froggy with size here because this is just like a super juicy target. Wish I could post images to YouTube for you guys to see. It says, yeah, they just give you cheesy things like start a poll or start a Q&A. You guys don't want me to start a poll or a Q&A. Yeah, I'm gonna size up a little bit with this. I just feel good about this 25,000 level. Could be a mistake, but we'll see. I like it that we're getting a good reaction in price as our trades delta hits the RTH low. Again, really our order flow is pretty flat, right? Price is kind of doing this thing. And our order flow is like, right? Flat. That's absorption. Jason, did you post that chart book that we were looking at yesterday with the 30-minute delta resets? I thought that was pretty cool. I'll have to check that out. Again, guys, when we're down at these kinds of levels, prepare yourselves for a battle. So, again, accumulation is happening. We know that it's happening. We can see it. So, just, again, don't get too crazy with your size and understand that these institutions are entering and exiting positions and things can get rowdy. This is not just, oh, we've, retraced back to VWAP kind of price action. This is a major contested level. Really looking at this as kind of an area again. Nothing wrong with waiting for, I hate to use the term market structure shift, but you don't have to try to scrape these bottoms like I do. But also understand that you're not always going to get the best entry price if you're not. This is where I really try to push my abilities as a trader, right? Is looking at the order flow. It'd be interesting to pull up a tick chart. I don't have one handy, and I'm not going to open another chart book right now, but I would like to watch the tick and see what it's doing. A lot of times you'll see tick diverging like this, especially when we get to these big areas where price will be doing this, and your tick will start making new highs, kind of retesting the zero line in the tick, and start to go higher as they start to buy in the equity side. Again, I'm not going to open another chart book right now because I think my computer will glitch out.
There's only one bad one.
Kind of an important point here. It's always interesting to me that there are people that are still absolutely trying to short it. And it gets to extremes like this. So we want to see price make a new high here. Obviously, since we're long. But I'm saying I want to see price kind of confirm that those limit order buyers are supporting it. People like to count these pushes down, 1, 2, 3. I don't do that. I just try to watch the order flow. Try to get the best theoretical average that I can on my trades. Again, expect some little bit of volatility when we're down here in these areas. When you're deeply discounted, right? Trying to buy low and sell high, and this is definitely a low area. If it can find the courage to take off from here, then could potentially add into a really nice trade. Once delta flips and we get back above this area here, and then it really wants to show its conviction, there's potential for this thing to I'm definitely long right now. I would not recommend shorting. So if the position thing is green, that means I'm long. If it's red or pinkish, that means that I'm short. So trying to work into a long position here. Why am I long? Well, because price has fallen like a stone. And our order flow is diverging from price. The order book is showing signs of buying. So trying to catch it, right? Trying to catch it. Against 30-second chart. So getting a lot of detail that you don't have on a 1 minute chart or a 5 minute chart. Probably would not get out of this trade unless this red line, the trades delta, starts to break below this low here. Right now it's holding the RTH low. Trades delta is holding the low. It could absolutely fall further. Again, I'm not trying to predict what it's about to do on a grander scale. It's just a matter of trying to get myself in alignment with the order flow. And the volume delta starts to sell off below. Although there's a 2K level here, I would be interested in trying another long again here. Let's try to look a little bit closer and see what's happening. I'm not worried so much about price. It's what is this order book telling me that it wants to do? I do have a daily loss limit on this personal account, so we're nowhere near it yet. I don't really have a stop. I'm watching really the book. I will stop out when the order flow tells me that it wants to go lower, but it's not telling me that yet. So that's what I just said, is that if our trades delta starts to break below this line and our volume delta starts to really break lower here, then I know that the order flow wants to go lower. But the order flow is not really making, it's not going below its RTH low. So the RTH low was set way back over here. And then we had a little push lower on our trades delta. But they're starting to diverge from price. So when these guys start to make higher highs, then you really know that things are starting to shift. And then we look for this kind of, I just call it a delta flip, where the book flips positive on the day. So at this point, regardless of what price is doing, I'm watching the order book. So I don't have a hard stop in it. There's going to be manipulation. There's going to be a little bit of volatility in areas like this, but we just try to stay flexible, not take too much heat. Okay, so those are stops. Again, I'm always asking myself, is this newly reinitiated short selling? Probably not. They're probably not shorting into this 25K level, 25,000 price level. It certainly could be, but I imagine it to be stops, right? This negative selling delta. Okay, so trades delta's scraping the bottom again. And volume delta is hitting its RTH low. Kind of really wanting to buy again, but I'm going to wait a little bit. Let's buy a few. They keep giving it to you at a discount. You keep buying it. My headset just died, so I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. My headset just died, so I had to switch to my webcam mic. Hope you guys can hear me okay. Okay, cool. So again, you know, price made a new low, but the order book is like, all right, they're gobbling it up, right? They're buying it up. Took some heat on that, but still wasn't near my daily loss limit on my personal account, so I'm okay with it. Again, please don't follow my trades. I want you guys to just learn about how to read order flow from a simple way without looking at a bunch of footprint charts and all of that. Yeah, Yeah, I think if it breaks higher, right? That's a good time if you guys are not already in a position. Let it get back above that 1K and start to, again, you don't have to get involved in this accumulation process because it can be messy, right? And it's, I don't know, I guess I've become inoculated to it because I do it all the time. It doesn't stress me out. I'm just trying to get the best average price that I can get. Man, yeah, I mean, sometimes you take a little bit of heat on it. And there are certainly some days when it's you're wrong and you have to you have to dig yourself out of a hole. And that sucks, but it's part of trading, right? You guys should always be trying to push your limits and your abilities as a trader and just having belief in yourself. Not an arrogant, cocky kind of belief, but just, a confidence. And you get the confidence from watching your charts and watching this process unfold over and over and over again, right? It takes time. Again, I think it's very telling that we have not really gone super negative in the order book. There has not really been aggressive selling. And that's telling me something because I know that on the days when we do have like historic epic level sell-offs that we're down in -5, -6, -7K, and we just don't have that today. So yeah, there's limit order selling for sure. Of course, we're also not seeing a ton of aggressive buying back out of this hole yet, and you can again absolutely wait for that. No, I appreciate you guys. Really, it means a lot. Again, I'm just you know, I'm a disabled army vet, right? Like trading is not is it was foreign to me, right? I never had a mentor, didn't have anybody, don't come from money. So everything that I'm sharing with you is just stuff that I've observed. You guys are hearing my 3-year-old in the background. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here, right? And trading's a lonely thing. So I think that we've got to support each other and encourage each other, share ideas. It's good. So our trades delta did not make a new low. It has not gotten below the RTH low, starting to make some highs against price. Price is making some lows. Volume delta is starting to make some lows. Or I'm sorry, not make lows, but volume delta is starting to make highs. It does have this 1K level thing. It's got to punch through, but the order book is starting to show some aggression upwards. And let's see how much follow through we get. It would be nice if it pops, flips positive, and then it runs. We'll see where it goes. Yeah, that's great. It's just a different perspective. I'm 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 never going to tell you guys this is the way that you should trade at all. Um, I'm trying to keep the charts simple, but I also want you guys to understand like this is not all that I'm looking at when I'm trading, and it's just me. I've had to kind of adapt things over the last few weeks because I'm used to having either like a big, you know, 1 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour chart on the left. I do like to have some TPOs up. I like volume profile, I like all that stuff kind of on the left side of my screen, and that's where I have my VWAPs. And so I'm always using that to look at where we are in outer space. And I don't have that up right now. Like I don't have that strategic chart. I'm not looking at that. I'm really watching order flow. And that's it. And so it's forced me to really kind of hone in on this skill and trusting it. Um, so like maybe next week or after Christmas, I will go to maybe I'll put my widescreen up and you guys can look at the full widescreen. And I'll have that strategic chart along with the tick charts. And maybe next week or the week after, we can start talking about the tick charts and what I look at there. I don't have them up currently, but they are a really nice confluence. Isn't it nice knowing that, if you're trading the NASDAQ or you're trading NQ, that there's buying and underlying NASDAQ stocks? Yeah, absolutely. I like having that confluence. So more to follow, right? More to follow. All right, let's see if these buyers can really flip things here and we go back up. I feel like these sellers are going to be like, all right, yeah, we're done. We're tired. That's great, Connor. I appreciate it, man. What are you studying? I'm just curious. Wow, that's cool, man. That's got to be intense. I bet. Nice. That little leg down in price there again. I'm not panicked about that. Again, I'm not going to say that I'm completely ignoring price, but I'm watching the order flow. I like it that there is buying aggression coming in there. I bet. I commend you guys that are in school right now, that are in college, and you are, going through university or going through college right now with everything that's going on in our world. It would be a major distraction for me, right? Like I'm quite a bit older than you guys are, so I'm kind of past that point in life, but um yeah, it would be tough to stay focused with everything going on. So we're getting kind of a little bit of a retest here on the trades delta. A lot of times these will, again, make a higher high, kind of pull back and retest. The same thing's happening here on the volume delta. So again, regardless of what price is doing, I'm really looking at the order book. What is the order book telling me? The order book just made a higher high, and now it's making a higher low. Yeah, that's just incredibly fascinating, like sector for me. Corporate law, corporate finance. I will tweak some of these chart books over the weekend, and maybe I'll see if I can get the tick on there. I need to buy another monitor. That's really it. Like I've got the widescreen in my laptop, so hey, another military guy. Thank you for your service. What did you do, TX? I got really lucky with my career. I just kind of happened to fall into an amazing career, and then I just never quit. So that's how I made it through all the stuff that I did. But yeah, what did you do? I'm genuinely curious here now that I know that you're a. Ah, cool. Hey, thanks for watching, man. I love I love Brits. I've always had good experiences, just great guys. I'll be honest, it's a little painful, right? What I see happening over there. And yeah, I'm not gonna go down any rabbit holes, but we gotta continue to stay together and protect each other and look out for our families. And there are lots of people in this world that hate America and hate um, Western culture. They hate Christianity. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, you're welcome. They'll get better. The more that this kind of choppiness goes on, the better I feel about being long here. So, oh, that's cool. I don't have any Bitcoin, not yet. Uh, what trading platform are you using, and do you feel that the volume delta and stuff that you're getting is accurate? Yeah, one of these days I was actually thinking this morning. I was like, oh, because sometimes I'll trade gold. I haven't traded in a few weeks again, just because I've been trying to work on the streaming and I don't have the screen space for it. But and I have not pulled stats for the volume delta in gold. I have stats built out for the volume delta on NQ, and so I know kind of what the limits are, the normal distributions are, but I haven't done it for gold yet. But I was thinking it'd be neat to just again kind of look at gold and see if we can pick up on accumulation, absorption, all that stuff. I will drop hints on the stats from time to time for you guys, but I'm keeping the stats a little more close hold, only because it took me time to develop them and pull the data from Sierra chart, put it into an Excel spreadsheet, and do all the calculations and all that. So I'm not going to say that I'm not. It's not like proprietary information, but in a way, it kind of is. So although today is just one of those odd days where we don't get anywhere near um, the statistical edges, right? 4K is about where you start getting really stretched out directionally, and again, like we're nowhere near that today. So I feel like this is either really the bottom, or they're absolutely going to have some kind of catastrophic drop that's going to continue lower from here. And if that's the case, then we'll just have to get out and just readjust. But I feel good that it's we're not that we're not that negative at all on our volume delta, on our aggression. So I'm kind of leaning on it rallying pretty hard up out of here. Like, I'm always asking myself, what is it doing and what is it failing to do? So if it's failing to go super negative on the sell side in the volume delta, then that tells me that it's likely, more likely, again, maybe it's flawed logic, but it's more likely to rebound and go much higher, maybe 2K, 3K, 4K, 5K the other direction. Although there's no news today, so it's hard to say. All I can do is try to, again, manage my risk and get in alignment with it. If it really starts tanking from here, then we will, we'll just have to get out, take a bigger loss than what we like. But so far, it looks like the order book wants to kind of climb a bit. So we'll see. Again, we're playing a game here with machines, right? So we're trying to pick up on distortions and divergences and inefficiencies against some of the best, well, the best, right? The best algorithms in the world. And so they are seeing things that we will never see. And that's just the reality of it. So you can't beat yourself up too bad if you take a loss or you get stopped out or you blow up an account. Like you're trying to make money in like the most shark infested waters in the world. Um, I think it would be easier to get started. And again, I'm not condoning this, but to get started in like the drug trade, right? Like I think you have a better chance of success in starting some kind of illegal drug operation than you do making it as a trader. And that's a pretty shark infested water too. But that's just it. So this is where the risk management comes into play. Um, you can't you can't size up too much and really jeopardize your accounts, but you also have to give these things enough wiggle room because there's going to be manipulation and things like that. So appreciate you being here, Shahid. Hope you're having a good day, man. I think this is the longest live stream I've done on YouTube. That's great, man. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. We're just kind of watching the order book make higher lows here. And I've been trying to get long for a little while now. Taking some heat, taking some profits, taking some heat, DCA a little bit, just trying to work into the best possible theoretical average that I can have. Again, that's just based on my own personal risk parameters. If you guys are looking for something, again, every day kind of materializes a little bit differently than other days. You could wait for all of this to play out, for these divergences to play out, and then you catch, like right now, we might get a delta break. And so we're at that point where, the buyers can't conceal it anymore, and maybe this is it. Maybe this is where they really break it out. We'll see. The earlier you try to get in this, the more you're going to have to kind of endure. Yeah. I'll be honest, I didn't really want to go short earlier because, which is so funny, right? Looking back on it, it seems so stupid now, but I didn't want to short into this weekly VWAP. I talk with my guys, again, I have a few guys that are in Discord, um, who I've talked to for months now, but I talked about not wanting to short into this weekly VWAP and there being a gap right here, right? But look at what we did. That's why I'm telling you guys, trust the order flow. Like these horizontal levels will absolutely get your hopes up on things. But again, like the order flow, while not overwhelmingly bearish, was just enough, right? To just give you the right direction. If we had just stuck with that, right, we'd be in a much better position. Well, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm not going to short into that VWAP. But man, if I'd have just stuck with the order flow, it would have been all right. All right, so let's see if they're going to show some real commitment here and taking this thing higher. Thing is, too, is that they could absolutely keep it locked just in a little, range, high volume node, whatever they want to call it. You don't have to break it out. And I mean, really, if you think about it, if you are a bank or a hedge fund and you've got some real conviction that, hey, man, like 25,000 guys, that is our line in the sand, you want to try to keep it range bound in this area for as long as possible because they're able to really fill up their carts and their wagons to the absolute brim. So just because there's divergence in the order flow does not mean that it's going to have to, retrace back to VWAP or whatever. It doesn't have to do anything. That's why we just try to put ourselves on the right side of probabilities, right? Yeah, for sure. Like it that price is kind of lifting on its own. So some people are still trying to sell it. To take a little bit of profit here, just a little bit. Yeah, I might give it a second. There we go. And let's just hold this. If we get a delta flip here, um, it will definitely go back to VWAP, if not higher. Um, The retail trader in me is like, oh my gosh, we've got equal lows here at the bottom. This has to get run again. No, it doesn't. Again, it's a 30-second chart. Like these mean nothing to me at this point. Sure, there's some stops down here, but I'm not feeling angsty about going long if the it's lingering down there. I accidentally sold one too many micros. That's all right. Okay, getting some aggressive selling coming in again. Let's see what happens. As long as the trades delta doesn't start making new lows, I'm not terribly worried about it. Those are our two main reference points, our trades delta low of the day and our volume delta low of the day. You can see how the volume delta tapped into that twice. That's a normal kind of divergence that happens not every day, but a lot of days you're going to get these kinds of double taps. That's why this RTH level is so important to me. The three main things that I'm looking at are delta neutral. When I say delta neutral, that means volume delta neutral or CVD and cumulative trades delta neutral or CTD. So we measure that from the open. I look at the highs and lows of both of those. So in this case, we've got the lows. The high of the volume delta did come into play earlier. And then the other thing that I really look at are these K levels, right? 1K, 2K, 3K, both upside and downside, positive and negative. I'm going to plug my headset back in. I will be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. So this is looking good. Look at that price is trying to make new highs here. Still, still no delta flip though, so it's still, bearish in the order book, but we've got some divergences in that price is pretty flat, flattened out, but our order book is rising. Something like that. Might take a little more profit or here. Again, I'm not predicting that it's going to go higher. It absolutely could tank from here. Sellers could get super aggressive. We do not know what they're going to do. Um, until that delta flip happens and the order book starts really, really like legit showing us that it's bullish, then you kind of have to play this, with caution, right? We are again catching the falling knife. You're buying when everybody else is panic selling. So don't get greedy, right? Don't get greedy. My kids are about to start making gingerbread houses here in a little bit. And I'm not going to lie, once they start doing that, guys, and they start going in the oven, I'm getting off here. What I could care less what happens with the trade at this point. I've made my money for the day. I'm in a decent spot, and I want to see it go up more, but it may not. That's okay. Once those gingerbread houses start going in the oven, though, I'm not going to be able to stand it, so I'm going to have to get out of here. Yes, exactly. Especially this time of year. This is the time of year that I kind of let my hair down, right, and relax. Um, that's a good question. I used to focus on ES, but the thing with the ES is that the order book is a lot thicker, right? I mean, there's just more orders. That's just a fancy way of saying that there's more orders. There's more volume, there's more orders that are hitting. And so the the delta levels go much deeper. Like you might have, let's say that negative 7K on NQ is a pretty extreme day, like 85, 90 percentile kind of day, meaning that it's not going to really go much further than that. Whereas ES, you might be like 35, 40K. I've seen, I think the most I've ever seen positive or negative on ES is like 50K, 55K. And so it's just smaller numbers. Like it's a thinner order book, so there's just not as much volume, and it's just easier for me to read the NQ than it is for I can read them the same. I just the ES or the NQ is just a little bit simpler for me, I think. That's it. I like the volatility of it. Um, but I mean, I could trade either one. It doesn't really necessarily make a preference for me, but and gold is similar, right? Gold, the order book is a little bit thinner, so maybe it's easier for me to spot the divergences on the stuff that has thinner order book. But if I was trading the ES, I would be looking at those interactions around, you know, negative 5K, negative 10K, negative 20K, negative 25K. And then just in the back of your mind, again, depending on the time of the day, if it's, let's say that's, let's, yeah, let's say that it's 11:30 in the morning. It's 11:30 in the morning. You've had a strong push down on ES and you're at negative 35K delta. It's like, okay, it's 11:30. There's like, 3.5, 4 hours, 5 hours of trading left. This is probably a good time or good area for this thing to reverse. So for me, I do better. Like this is not my ideal day where it's not like a super clean, clear. There's just a lot of limit order selling and not necessarily a lot of aggression on the tape. So on the days when I get super aggressive pushes one way or the other, I do better at spotting the divergences. Um, so all right. Appreciate it, Connor. Have a good workout, man. I got to do the same here before too long. We might get another little push down on this thing, so we will see. I know that this may be confusing. This top yellow line that I've labeled CTD, cumulative trades delta, that is really just a reference point for this red, and the lower one is the volume delta. So I know the volume delta is hitting this yellow line right now, but it's not really for that. The reference point for the volume delta is down here. The cool thing is that if they do another push down, that just gives it more momentum to rally back up. Especially if the order book holds, if the trades delta holds, and I'm going to mark a couple of things here on the volume or on the strategic chart. marking a few things that you guys might find interesting. At least I do. Let me mark them, and then they'll start showing up on the tactical chart. All right, so those purple lines are a triple stack of previous day VWAPs from November 19th, I'm sorry, November 18th through November 25th. Basically, there was a week there where these triple VWAPs, previous days VWAPs were formed. And we're also at this 25,000 level. Below us, hold on one sec. This orange line is a previous week's VWAP from about a month ago, and then we have a low right here. So I think that's why we're seeing some buying taking place, right? Some accumulation. And again, these are not exact levels, but they're spitballed pretty close. So if this holds, right, 25,000 holds, then great. I think this thing will shoot back up, but if not, then I would expect it to come back down towards this weekly or possibly even this low. But let's look at the order flow here and see what it's telling us. We could very likely get another bounce from the volume delta low and the trades delta low. Absolutely could. Something like that. Can we DCA down into a position here. We took profits on the way up. Again, we're playing with other people's money, so we are fine. I mean, I'm not sized in too heavy here. You got to play this game, right? We're trying to get the best entry possible for the rebound, and just takes time. This is where patience plays a big part of this. Going to adjust this volume profile over here a little on the side so you guys can see it better. I know it's kind of short and stubby. Okay, so that's showing us just the visible bars here. So you guys can see that we've got this kind of volume node that's building out here. There's the one from this morning. So it's got a lot of room to, again, thinking about risk to reward, right? Risk to reward, if we're getting long down here, it's going to backfill all of this back up, right? There's like a big kind of low volume pocket, low volume node here around VWAP. But I would at least expect it to come back up to this guy. I guess I can't draw over there, but back up to here once it actually bounces. Yeah, I don't consider myself to be your typical order flow trader because I'm not trying to convince you guys to use footprint charts. I think a lot of order flow traders get really wrapped up. They love making things difficult. They love making things difficult and they love making things more technical than what they really need to be. Once you understand what a buy order is and a limit or a market order and a limit order is, and you learn kind of how to interpret them, then it's not so bad. It just feels a little more fluid to me. I never really enjoyed staring at footprint charts, um, especially if you're trying to catch, longer term trends and things like that. I don't have a personal issue with Michael. I think that he's done some good for the trading business, trading industry, I guess. But anytime that you're trying to make things more difficult than what they need to be for people, and you're rebranding and relabeling things that have been industry norms for 20 or 30 years, I think you're just adding to the noise in the trading space. And there's a reason why, we call an order block a high volume node, like because that's what it is, or the reason why we call a fair value gap a low volume node because that's what it is. That's what's been called for 30 years, right? A liquidity void, low volume node. So things don't need to be rebranded and resold to people. That's the issue that I don't, again, my issue is not with Michael. It's really with the people who take his content, slap it on a PDF file, and or turn it into a PDF file, and then they want you to give you their email or give them your email and try to get you to sign up for a $30 a month telegram, right? Those are the people that I really have an issue with because they're not really helping anybody. um, the other issue I think is that And it's kind of funny because I'm basically doing the same thing. I'm picking a bottom, right? I'm trying to pick a bottom because that is absolutely the best place for me to be a buyer is at the absolute bottom, right? But I feel like with if you're just looking purely at ICT stuff, you you're so fixated on the tops and the bottoms that really they don't do well when it comes to joining a trend. And I think when you're using like today, where price has been falling and yeah, we're catching a bottom. There were times that, we could have taken shorts, etc. But um, being able to join the trend is a very, very important skill. And I think that that's something that's just kind of missing from their repertoire, so to speak. And then aside from that, the whole, singular algorithm that's controlling all the global financial markets, I don't buy into that at all. Especially when he's the one that's saying that he helped create it, right? Like, I feel like if you were the guy that helped create a singular algorithm, like you would not be on YouTube, right? You would not be selling mentorships and taking affiliate commissions and things like that. So I hear him pounding the gingerbread out. I don't know. Once it goes in the oven, I'm out of here. Yeah. I mean, I think volume profile is excellent. I do like fixed range volume profile. I don't look at, I really don't look at the, I'm sorry, you guys are hearing my kids with rolling pins in there in the kitchen. Um, when you first start learning about volume profile, you really get fixated on the current day's volume profile. And I think that, I found myself like buying the value area low, selling the value area high, and the IB, and just all this stuff. And, like on days like today, if you look left on the chart and you start pulling volume profiles from weeks ago, it's hard to pick a spot and say the market's going to turn here. And for me, when I use the VWAPs, like again, for me, it's kind of a nice confluence that I know, hey, there's a bundle of 3 previous days VWAPs right here that are stacked up from 2 weeks ago, or really, yeah, 3 weeks ago. And there's a weekly VWAP below that. Like the VWAPs to me just make more sense rather than just me picking kind of arbitrary levels on the chart based on volume profile. Sure, you know, there could also be some kind of confluence with a volume point of control or a value area high or low, but I don't know. It's just a little too arbitrary for me personally. Yeah, if you plotted all the different PD arrays in the chart, I mean, at some point, one of them's going to stick, right? One of them's going to work, and I think that's you get a lot of hindsight trading. Um, when you're trading for real, it's difficult. It's hard to come on here and live stream, and it's hard for you guys. I mean, it's hard for me, right? When I'm trading on my own, you're watching it all in real time, and um, it can be tough. liking it that the trades delta hasn't broken this low yet. Once this thing does pop, man, I think it's gonna really run. And also too, like, from an ICT standpoint, I'm certain that they are looking for a turtle soup. A sweep of that low right there, right? You may not get that. You just may not get that, kind of follow-up liquidity sweep. So I don't wait for any of that stuff really. I just yeah, it works when it works, but there's sometimes where, like right now, order flow could come in and just absolutely rip the face off of anybody who's trying to short this thing. And then also, there are guys right now that are shorting this, saying to themselves, well, there's equal lows here. This has to get swept. When you start saying to yourself, the market has to do something, I think that you're really potentially setting yourself up for some serious pain. So I try not to do that. YouTube is telling me that you guys may experience some buffering. If you are, I apologize. I lost chat on the YouTube side. It's not displaying it, so I apologize if you guys are asking questions on that side. It's not showing in OBS, so I'm not sure what's going on with it here. I don't want to stop the stream though, because feel like we're getting close to a critical point here. CKTS. Still holding this long here. Waiting for the buyers to show some aggression. Come on, fellas. Let's watch and see if we get the delta flip here. That'll be a key sign for us. Took a little more profit there just because I'm probably going to have to go in a little bit, which stinks because I know that this thing's going to rip at some point, but not sure how much longer I'll be able to stay on and keep streaming. Let me check something. So I'm up about 1800 on the day. It's not too bad. So we're back. I'm talking to Jason here. So we're back down towards, I guess, is that the teal line? Is that the VPOC? Hold on. What'd you say? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's nice having that confluence. And I do keep a chart like this up on the side because it is nice to see it. Brent, how did your trading go today, buddy? Yeah, for sure. And this is always the rub too, right? You're watching order flow diverge and you're like, okay, we're in a discounted area. But sometimes it's just it's tough, right? To take a profit out of it, like the timing of it. Because again, these are institutions, man. They trade around the clock. So for us to sit here and say, or for me, right, to sit here and say this thing's gonna rally back up, yeah, like in my mind, I'm thinking that it will because of what I'm seeing in the order book, but I may not, I may not catch it because I've got to go eat gingerbread or I've got to go to the gym or whatever, and that's okay. So, I like this. I like this when price starts streaming up by itself without a lot of order flow behind it. That's a sign of strength for me. See if it'll pop out of this high volume node here and start to go higher. This is an area where if you're in a trade right now, I would absolutely, take some profits, right? And it hasn't proven to us that it really wants to go higher just yet. It hasn't broken out of this, little high volume node that it's built out down here. I'm sure that I don't have it on here, but I would imagine that our VPOC is probably shifted down or close to shifting. I'm gonna take half off there. Let's look at these profiles here. Let's see. Nah, the VPOC's probably still up there. Still sticking out a little bit further. Yeah, I might still get a sweep down here. Wouldn't be surprised if it did. Oh, I'm sorry, Brent. I know that's aggravating. If I remember right, were you on NinjaTrader or using Replicanto or? I know, Nee. Dude, that's how I feel, man. It's okay. I mean, like I said, I don't get greedy about it. I've locked in like $1,900 in profit, so that's just the nature of the beast, right? Like, there's been lots of times in the past where I've put my family behind my trading business, and I'm at the point now where I don't have to do that anymore. So, it's I just want to show you guys, and today is not a super clean order flow day, and that's okay. Not every day is going to be super clean and super precise. Uh, just want to try to show you guys something a little bit different, and it can supplement whatever your trading strategy is already. Yeah, I think if you just put some order flow tools on your chart, I like the trades delta, I like the volume delta, and I like the New York Stock Exchange tick and the Nasdaq tick. It'll help you, right? The problem is that you will start to see the shift before price, and so if you're really on a tight budget or really trying to get an eval passed or get a payout, then you got to be a little more patient, I guess, disciplined, whatever you want to call it. I appreciate it. I try not to ramble, but I'm an extroverted kind of guy, so sometimes there's going to be some rambling. And I haven't even started telling war stories yet. Just wait. Just wait till the war stories come out. No, I'm not really a big war story kind of guy, so I don't mind if you guys ask about that stuff. Somebody asked about, one of the selection courses that I went to. I don't mind sharing that stuff with you guys, although about 4 or 5 weeks ago, somebody initiated a FOIA request on my background, which is funny because because they didn't really have my full name. So when the Department of Army contacted me and notified me about it, I just kind of chuckled, and had a nice conversation with Department of Defense about it. But it's okay. Like, I'm not doing anything illegal. Um, my career at this point, right, and at my age, my career is not really a super sensitive topic as far as the government's concerned. As long as I don't discuss TTPs, right, very specific ways that we do things, they're totally fine with me, sharing with the world that I was a Green Beret and a member of Delta. They're not uh, they're not worried about it in the slightest. So anyway, I'm sure that as time goes on, it's unfortunate. I will say that I think it's unfortunate that guys that have a brotherhood and a bond together are allowing, I don't know. I don't know. And again, I don't know exactly what was said. To be perfectly honest with you, I've not had time to keep up with what's going on between the two of them. I'll answer that in just 1 second, Amped. Um, because I'm trying to work on stuff for the Spec Ops trading community. So that's really been my focus, is getting all that set up. And God's put some really cool people along my side to help me with that. I'm so grateful for it. But any time, okay, so the guys from the special ops community, and so when I say that, I mean, Army Green Berets, Navy SEALs, Marine Force Recon guys, Delta guys, Rangers, the guys that you are seeing, agency guys, the guys that you are seeing that are influencers, they are really leaning on their background and kind of the mystique behind all of it to uh, create a brand or create a following. And I don't know. I just think it's unfortunate to see grown men bickering on the internet, like on social media, whatever it's about, right? Like I've seen guys argue about guns. I've seen guys argue about ammunition. I've seen guys argue about, aircraft, all kinds of things. And it's like, why are we bickering about stuff on the internet? It sounds like they've got some kind of personal beef between them. And yeah, it's just, it's unfortunate. So I tried to focus on the positive things in life and my positive self-image and belief in myself. And I'm an optimist. So I don't like it when people are throwing out a bunch of negative stuff. How do I like Chinooks? I love Chinooks. I think they're great aircraft. I have one bad experience. I was stationed in Germany. This is when I first got to an SF group, and I was on a mountaineering team. And we had a Chinook that was dropping us off on some little saddle in the Alps somewhere, like three or 4 feet of snow on the ground. And so they sat the bird down. Of course, it was in the middle of the night, so they sat the bird down, and I was the young, like E6 point man for my team, and we had our skis on. So because there was so much snow, we'd done map recon, route recon, and so we knew that we needed to have our skis on when we got off the aircraft. So we had our skis on and we tried skiing off the back of this thing. Naturally, I slipped, and I had like a 105-pound mission ruck on filled with batteries and cameras and recon gear. And I put my arm out, right? Like that's just kind of a natural thing to do. And I didn't have enough experience at the time to know that I needed to be like tucking and rolling. So I kind of stuck my arm out and fell off the edge of the ramp, off the left side of the ramp, and ended up darn near dislocating my shoulder. So that was a bad experience. But aside from that, and that wasn't the aircraft's fault, that was my fault. So yeah, I think they're great aircraft. I love them. I feel like my kids are soaking up some of my internet bandwidth somewhere because it's laggy. It's like we're gonna get one more push. That's pretty cool, Amped. I I almost did. I mean, I'm sure that you know this, but SOAR has like a program to take group guys and operators, put them through, pilot training. I almost did that in like '04, '05. I was in northern Iraq for kind of the initial ground phase, and one of my friends was actually becoming a Chinook pilot. His name was Sam Oswald, maybe. I don't remember his last name. I remember his first name. And he was an SF guy that was going through this, special program that SOAR had. And I think he was going to be a Chinook pilot. But that was ages ago. And then I don't know. I never followed through with it. I ended up continuing to be a gunslinger for the rest of my career. In hindsight, I think being a pilot probably would have been a lot more fun. This thing is just looking like it wants to make another leg down. I would not be surprised if it taps into this weekly VWAP here. When is this from? Let's see. This is like from the week of the 17th, 16th, 17th. So it's been passed through one, two times. So once these get passed through a few times, I don't put a ton of stock in them anymore. It's just nice to have. I'm gonna switch this stream over to this strategic chart so you guys can see what I'm talking about. All right, so that's where we're at in outer space, so to speak. Those are those three previous days VWAP, VWAPs, and then the weekly, and then there's another low below us. So these are the areas where, again, man, I love to get long in these areas because there's so much rebound potential. Really nice short from the quarterly VWAP. I mean, just a monster short. And we got some bounces from that from last month's monthly VWAP close. There was really no reaction to it this morning, which again was interesting because I was kind of thinking that we might catch some footing here, you know, but it just didn't, just ripped right through it. So really, really cool stuff. But I think now we're at a point where in this area, somewhere, right, it's going to bounce. So hopefully right here. If not, then it'll leg down to the weekly and possibly take out that low. But again, the nice thing is that you just got all this space above you, right? So in the overall scheme of things, does this mean that we are going to go much, much lower? I don't know. It kind of looks that way, right? There's a whole bunch of, our all-time high is back over here. There's a whole bunch of selling volume right here. A lot of conviction, it looks like to me. And our quarterly VWAP, previous quarter's VWAP is back down here. So there's just not a lot, right? If it breaks this weekly, there's not a lot keeping it from just absolutely tanking. So anyway, let's get back to the tactical and try to work out of this trade here. But I feel good about this. Again, we're in a pretty discounted area. This is not a bad spot to be trying to buy it. This is why I'm so quick to take profits, right? These are not super clean setups, so trying to take profits, stay flexible on it. Are you still on active duty, brother? Helo casting in Europe sounds cold. I've done it. I don't know. I don't know what time of year you guys were doing it, but water over there is not warm. I was on a, like I said, I was on a mountaineering team, a mountain team when I was over there. So there wasn't, yeah, there wasn't a scuba team in my battalion in particular. So I'm pretty sure I know who you're talking about. But when I was in Colorado, I was on a scuba team, and it was still pretty cold. I remember cutting through ice with chainsaw to try to do our requal dives. All right, I'm gonna check on these gingerbreads. All right, be right back. All right, first gingerbread houses are in the oven. Well, that's cool, man. It's it's neat. This is not an easy business to transition into coming from active duty, so I'm glad that you're here, brother. guess we'll sit here and just watch this watch this paint dry together because this is the price you pay when you're getting involved in this accumulation phase. So once somebody sticks a gingerbread cookie in front of me, I'm gonna sign off. So I'll extend it a little bit for you guys. See you. Take care, Ant. Appreciate you, man. Well, hey, you're on the right track, right? Like it's sure you're going to transition out at some point, right? The beauty of it is that for guys like us, we get our life back, right? Like, of course, I'm sitting here for 4.5 hours glued to, my butt glued to his screen, but it's better than going and working a job, So I think it's great for vets to transition into trading, try to make up for some lost time with their families. But yeah, I appreciate you coming by and checking it out. God bless you, man. Y'all stay safe over there, right? Wow, I just realized that I can put people in timeout, chat timeout. That is funny. It's just me and Jason and Brent holding down the fort, man. Everybody else quit. They all tapped out. Just just as Price is about to break out and run, I feel like. Yeah. That's not true. Has the VPOC shifted down yet? I don't have it on this profile, so I don't know if it has or not. Oh, okay. So that's always a big clue for me, right? When I see that thing shift down. Well, we'll just ride it out a little bit. Yeah, this is a big area for them. Trying to figure out why I can't see YouTube chat and OBS. I could see it before. And it's like it just disappeared. Oh yeah, that might be it. I think you're right. Let me stop it and restart it. I'm gonna stop the stream, guys, and restart it here on YouTube.